Okay, here is the finished artwork, and as you can see, it became quite nice. There are things I would maybe like to work more with, but then again, that is what I experience in every painting I do. As you can see, there's a lot of vivid colors, and in the sky behind here I've been working with textures, and I've been building here around her thick, trying to build it as a relief, as a sculpture. You can also see the signature almost came out, so it was placed the right place, I guess. You always lose a little bit of the painting behind the frame, so you just have to live with it. Again, I hope you enjoyed it. Will enjoy the video. You can see the face here, how I have built it, and yeah, it's okay. Better in reality than on the film, but that's how it is. So yeah, my studio. This looks like shit now, even a bone. Anyway, so I hope you can do me the favor of sharing my videos on social media. Give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and even watch the whole video. You don't need to watch it, just let it roll to bring up the view time on the channel and help it grow. Did I say playlists? And if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe and put the notification bell on. And if you want to support my channel and my work, you can go to PATRON and donate, or become a $5 or $1 patron. If you do a $1, you can see my Patreon posts, and if you do $5, you will be in the lottery or the Patreon giveaway, which I do basically every month. So with this, I beg you a fine farewell, and until next time, stay cool and keep painting, because why not? I mean, what to do with this life anyway. So, watch the video. Okay, here we go. Today I'm gonna start on this little beauty. It is actually a picture I took of my daughter in my home island, Karmøy, on a very nice summer evening. I'm going to paint this on this canvas, which is 30.30 centimeters. And I'm going to try to make this into a shorter video, not do too much ranting, stick on topic, which is painting. So yeah, enjoy. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's perfect for widescreen. And some people asked me if I couldn't do kind of a live. Maybe I should have it over there, the photo actually. I have a small one that I can put closer when I... Yeah. Well, I can do it like this. Okay, I just have to measure. So I measure 1, 2, and a little bit. And I measure 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, this isn't gonna work. I need to put this one beside here, so I can get it closer, because when you see it when I don't see it straight in, actually it would be better to have this one over there and this one here, so I can actually see both. I see both of them, but then again, you're missing out on a motif, so okay, well, whatever. No, this is actually problematic. Put this one here then. Okay, like this. So, okay. Now it is 1, 2. Let's go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and yeah, it's 5 and a little bit. Have to see it here. You know, I put the composition so she is longer over there. It's kind of confusing actually. So annoying because I can't. Because I see it in there, and yeah, I need to change it because my brain won't work with me. I have this one here. Sorry. Well, maybe you learn something about this. And I put this one here. Okay. It's very reddish, so it's also going to be a problem. But anyway, I'm going to measure the line. Where does the line go between? Okay, the line goes straight between the face. So. Is her head probably up here, there, in the background. No, it's too high, way too high. All the way down here, I think. This. No, because it goes through her forehead actually, so it's probably up here somewhere. It's kind of easy to get the deception to be deceived by it. So here, shoulders, here, just now, 1, I almost feel like I'm kind of fumbling around here now, because it's a while since I did anything this small. Oh, no, it's not a while since I did anything this small. It's a while since I did anything this difficult. There's a difference. Anyway, it's a wrong pencil. So maybe I should go buy some new pencils. Let me see. Just start, with the more rough sketch as usual. Put some lights. Now I was counting 1 and 2 and a little bit, and if I see her, say that her face comes down here, and the hair down like this. Some light here. I might be able to do this. When I sketch, I always actually start with colors and lights. It's very typical me. But now I need to, let me see, 1, 2, yeah, approximately 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a little bit too big. Just be a little bit smaller. I think it was 5 and a little bit, wasn't it? So it's probably up here somewhere. Her eye. The eye behind her nose. The nose crown there. The light comes down here. And just a ponytail. I have placed it, you've seen my composition, usually I would place it in the middle, but this time I just decided to change the composition a little bit. Also because this is a small version, I will paint this one. I think it's a beautiful photo, and I want to paint this. I actually took them in like 2010 or something like that. Or was it 2010? Oh, don't remember. I just check the file. You know, I'm getting old, I don't remember anymore. My daughter probably remembers. Anyway, so here, straw. See, I draw with paint. And for me that is a very good way to do it. So just approximately get her in here like this, and there's a beautiful shine that comes from her body that goes down into the water here, which I also like very much. Her head is kind of tilted a little bit, so. And what I liked with the composition, if I kind of cut it here and make it have it more there, it kind of lost its power, and I didn't like it that much. I'm gonna try to do. I'm going to do some of the sky. The thing is that you just have, like you see, it's just totally rough. It's because I'm not really, I'm kind of a builder without a plan. Well, I'm a builder with a sketch, okay? But I have to work it out as I go. I know artists that is very particular with their sketches, and what I would do, I will work this way, and I will do this first, and then I will just work this way, because you don't want to work here and then you're gonna get cluttered all too when you start to want to do work on that. So I will just work this way. So in a way it's a plan, yeah. Let's see how it progresses. And keep this on point in painting. That is why you are here, I guess, to learn. I use different blue, and this is the Prussian blue. It's a lot of Prussian in the Prussian blue is green, and it mixes so well with all the other colors. You can make it warmer with Kaplak, and you can make it come back and forth. It's brilliant, actually. Oh, see, I did that mistake. I shouldn't go there. I should only stick to this. Well, I'm going to clear it up. So I need to go there here, so I can. And here's more yellowish in it, but then again, I want to keep it a little bit fluid. I don't want to put so much color in it before I have gotten the drawing more correct, because if I have to change stuff, it's going to be such a mess, and we don't want that, do we? My arm is... I shouldn't train tonight. Anyway, blah blah blah. I almost don't hold my arm up. It's so annoying. Yeah. Okay, it is more reddish down there. So we'll pour in the kraplak or alsavin with some French ultramarine to make it a warmer. See, it's becoming warmer. What is it? Is it green there too? It is orange and green and yellow and all the colors of the rainbow. That is why I love painting so much. It is just kind of repeats nature, and can understand how important all the different colors are to make shapes and nuances and depth and everything. So yeah, it's great, really great. And it's always so nice to start a new painting. Something with it is just so liberating. Liberazzi. Also do some of the sea, water. Okay, I'm going to try to just mark it. It's like 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That's approximately. It doesn't have to be perfect, you know. It doesn't have to be exactly on point. I'm not a photo. I'm actually going to try to make this painting in a huge version. And I'm going to try to go as far I can into the combination of paintedness and photorealism. For once, I want to push my boundaries on that. See how far I saw this. I don't remember his name. This is German painter. He's really brilliant. And he's able to make the most amazing photorealistic paintings. Yeah, as I said on Instagram to him, it's almost not human to make these things, because they are so extremely detailed, and it's very inspirational. When I look at myself as a painter, he's way better, okay? And of course I can never become like that, and it's not a goal in itself. Maybe I'm too much of a expressionist and impressionist, but I could try to clean my paintings more up, more like Vermeer. Vermeer is more where the best ones of Vermeer, that is the best ones of Rembrandt and Vermeer. There's a greater paintedness to them, which of course this guy is lacking, because he's not lacking it, but it's kind of brushed out, and every detail is so perfect that you can't really see much of the subjective choices he has made in the form of brushwork. So in another clip I will tell you the name of this guy. In the next clip I'm gonna tell you the name. I'm gonna figure out who it is, because you should check him out. He's painting women with water in their water and drippings, and it's just brilliant. It's very typical, you know, for Germans to do stuff like that. They have this, maybe even a culture for it, like the other guy, Gerhard Richter, also done some very photorealistic. I don't know if he actually painted them himself or it was his students, but there's some thing there with Germans. So I think I have observed, but I'm not sure. Actually, I shouldn't. Yeah, that's a digression. But it's like in the gym today, I was talking to this young guy about testosterone and production of vitamin D. Vitamin D is actually produced from the thing that's in eggs. Oh God. Cholesterol. When the sun hits your face or your skin, it is actually that creates vitamin D in your skin. So as a cholesterol becomes vitamin D. But we went on to talk about if it were two different types of this in the body. And I said, no. I said, hell, I think I'm wrong here. So I just had to check it out, and you have this LDL and another type. One of them is toxic, one of them is not. So I guess one has to be critical to what we say, and it's kind of the same thing about this German guy, German artist, or Germans. I threw myself on a cliche there in a way. You know, Germans are very efficient and cold and focused, but it's probably not really true, you know. Maybe it was like before Second World War and stuff, but you shouldn't use cliches. That was my point. And this was a digression, so sorry about that. Anyway, back to painting. You see, it looks like a children's cartoon now, because as I say, it is that I keep on working on it, that brings it in the end to where I want it to be. I only have about a little bit over a week on this, so it's going to be a stretch. So there's no more socializing for this cowboy. I just have to be focused and paint my work. Actually, it's going to be quite before small exhibitions. I'm going to be in a small exhibition in my home Iceland, Karmøy, in Norway, called Lions Exhibition. And it's going to be a painting for that exhibition, and maybe it's good that I go into this. I'm really pressed for time, because I'm such a great waster of time. I have this need to waste hours and hours each day on bullshit. I think I'm trying to deal with. I think I want to make a video about it. But when I get into this, oh shit, now you really have to get started. You just have to paint. Then I can actually have this positive thing with it that I get a lot of stuff done in quite a short while time. And I think this putting myself into that zero state now is the best place I can actually be, because I have, as I say, had problems with connecting with my work lately. It's probably because my operations this half year, but you can't really give in to that, and you just have to go back into doing your fucking job, you know. I mean, painting is what's making me happy. If I don't paint, if I paint, train and eat healthy, I feel fucking great. I could live forever. But if I don't, boo. So it's very important for me to focus on the important things. You see, this doesn't take much to get something that starts to look like a face. I'll use the mirror to kind of mirror it, see when I'm done some work if I'm on the right track. That is kind of almost kind of clair obscur in a way. You just take the mirror and you look at the photo and the painting at the same time, and it's much more easier for you to pick up where you have gone totally wrong. So yeah, that's a good advice. Get a good small mirror and just look at your painting in the mirror. In the mirror, yeah. Okay, I used hours today finding this photo. I have so many hard drives now with photos and stuff that I really need to find a way to clean this shit up. I could have photoshopped away the thing behind here, because that's going to be a problem. I saw that now actually, but then again it kind of explains that there is a mountain behind there. So that's a choice in a way. If I photoshopped it away, it might not work, or it might work better. I think it's a nice part of the composition, so just keep it. It's very small, this face, and it's probably going to drive me nuts in the end. And I'm going to sit for hours and hours and hours. I'm going to stand here fighting with that little nose. But I'm going to try to do much of the work the next few days so I don't get into that horrible situation. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not good enough. And I should start making small paintings like this. A lot of them, because there is money in them. I should work 12 hours a day, have 6 hours of free time. No, yeah, 4 hours of free time. If I sleep, that's a little bit, 10 hours a day. I should work 10 hours a day, have 6 hours where I could actually do other stuff like training and stuff. That would be the best. I think I kind of like this now. It takes shape. Nothing even near. It's not even near. I know that, but I'm going to be a little bit careful with how much paint I pour into the light areas here also, because I have noticed that I get into trouble if I sketch too hard. So I'm going to kind of slow that down a little bit. Yes, nice one. Almost like watercolor at this point. It's just the first sketch, so I can feel free, a little bit free. That is great. You feel that you have some leverage. It's funny how the brain actually works, that you can learn to do stuff like this out of the blue. People tell me talent, oh God. Don't tell me about talent. If I see my first drawings, no one in the world would have said that, oh, he has such talent. No fucking way. A talent for the extreme. Talent for work. Talent for not giving up. That I have a talent for. Talent for deep self-hate and deep pleasure. All the kinds of stuff we need to push. And I'm digressing again from painting. If you want to paint, want to become a painter, paint. Paint. Just paint. Paint and be self-critical. Have an objective standard. Look to Rembrandt. What can Rembrandt teach me? How does my stuff compare to Rembrandt? What is it with Vermeer that makes his paintings so deep and mine so flat? To make the colors, to make the colors pure and clean. What is it he does? It's so important to try to understand these things. And if you don't, you're never gonna become a painter. I think self-doubt is probably the thing that is the most important. Not become the type of artist that become grandiose and believes that everything he does is great. Because it isn't. And if you believe so, you're not just an arsehole, you're a pompous arse that will probably never be able to do anything real. So, I guess that comes with anything we should do in life. That if you aren't able to be self-critical, you won't go anywhere. Okay, more painting here. I'm actually enjoying this. See, oh, it's starting to look like her. Wow. I should zoom a little bit, if I can. Just look at this. Oh, so. It's kind of I want to start doing aquarelle, aqua, and gouache, and charcoal. So more charcoal. I've done charcoal before. Charcoal reminds me more about. I should do some, this blyant, as it's called in Norway. It's pen. Not with ink though, but with lead, the lead pens. But not with lead anymore, probably not legal, but because of the lead. We used to have lead white. It was a very nice color. And now you have to have permit to get lead white. It's just so ridiculous. I mean, as if people are going to die by some lead white. So what, basically? I mean, you're going to die anyway. Might as well die a happy painter. Yeah, blah blah blah. I was wondering if I could do this sketch real time, but I don't think that's going to be possible, sorry to say, because it's going to take time to get this right. And I don't think there's enough battery actually on my camera right now. I need to buy another battery. It's always charged, so yeah. I'll be careful here too. I don't want to do too much texture right now. This version could be really big, but I'm gonna make the whole thing. Or maybe I'll do this version big. And I should make a print of it, because this, if I do it's called with stone, I don't remember right now. Lithography, it's called lithography. If you do lithography, you will probably, I will probably earn quite an amount of money on that, and I would like to increase my income a little bit now, because I have so much expenses when it comes to framing and colors, and especially now when I'm getting back and deep into producing many paintings at once. Then you start burning through piles of brushes and expensive colors and stuff. So, and you have to have the economy to do that. So, hopefully that's what I'm going to do. There's back behind there. Her head is also tilted a little bit, and that is also going to be difficult. So sometimes I just have to paint, I have to correct and tilt things more, like her neck here. It's kind of tilted, and yeah, it's going to be I know how big a struggle this is going to be. I can actually feel it already. I'm I'm going to try to get the sketch as perfect as possible. So yeah. So then I don't get into too much trouble. Too much trouble. Yeah, there. Down here. I don't know what I did down there. The leg comes down there. And I painted some white there. Just can take it away with it. Just as well. No. It's also loose. It's also opaque and loose. So usually this is the time I would have used to sketch basically still life. But when it comes to people, it is way, 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 way more complex. So that's why it takes more time. See, yeah, it seems to be okay, yeah. Been training a lot lately, so I'm really hungry. I can feel my body needs a lot of protein. And yeah, blah blah blah. Anyway, I'm gonna. I wish I could do. Maybe. Oh, that could be cool. If I start streaming, I just take one painting and I just stream every time I paint on it. And I can stream for hours and hours on end. That could be something. And I could also chat with my followers. That could be nice. Have some company in here. In this room of mine. The problem now is that I have to, because of the camera, I need to stand a little bit. It's horrible. I have some new pencils I think I want to bring up. You see one of the paintings of Rembrandt where he has, I think it's probably in reality not bigger than this. Actually I painted I could actually take in the front and show it or make it, finish it. I don't remember. She's standing in water and looking down on a cloth, and it's a very beautiful painting, but it's only large brush strokes, such secure brush strokes are really beautiful. And yeah, but I'm not there yet anyway. This is so wrong. The arm is so wrong. It's gonna be all the way down here. And it comes in there. Maybe. I'm a little bit out of training after all my chaos the last 2 years with pain and stuff, so I need to retrain. It used to go faster, as my father asked me. I feel like it used to go faster. It used to be faster. Yeah, it used to be faster. Period. There is no doubt about it. You know. But there's no problem finding it again. This thing that you sketch more easy. And things get done faster. Anyway, it's just a rough rendition of her. And I will now turn off the camera. And I will start shaping this. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna make it stay like this for now. And turn off the camera and paint some more, and you see what happens. Do more in an hour, just paint for an hour, see what happens. Okay. Yay! I think I have gone a little bit closer. Maybe I should do this. No, I can have it like this. Yes! It's just gonna be a short burst. Then I'm gonna paint more, and yeah. As you can see, I'm starting to get the drawing a little bit more correct. And yeah, the good thing, it's kind of a good thing and a bad thing that it is so red here. The good is that it's easier to see the shapes and the contrasts. The bad thing is that I tend, of course, to paint things a little bit too red, I feel, sometimes. And when I have this hue, I have real problems holding myself back. So that can actually become a problem. But we'll see what happens. I need to get this further out, and then in. I guess I have to slim her dress. I was actually now trying to take the arm out, but I compare it to the face, it's not gonna go out, it's just gonna be actually here and down like this. Yeah. Actually it's going to be thicker on the other side, I think. Yeah. Also this goes more down. And yeah. It's a difficult shadow. I've had difficulties before with that hue because it's kind of greenish, reddish, bluish at the same time. And you really have to sharpen your eyes to see the different hues and colors. Now she's standing more like this, so I have to kind of nudge the arm a little bit more back. I'll do this first. Get that motion. And this is basically how I do it. I just build it step by step, like this, and move stuff back and forth, and getting kind of closer and closer and closer to where I want to end up in the end. So it's quite fun to paint. Especially in the beginning, it's fun to paint these things. Of course, when I get into the bigger problems, I often regret it. Why did I start? But it's such a release every time I get done with stuff. So it's worth it. I hope. I wonder sometimes what the goal is. I think that my goals are becoming a good painter. Who was it? I think it was the guy with SpaceX. What's his name? SpaceX? What was it? He said, don't leave in silence, or don't leave in darkness. No. Silence. I think it was darkness, maybe? Silence, no. Anyway, the point is that leave something. Leave something behind. Something of value. I think painting has in many ways its own value, because it is aesthetic work, and it's poetry in a way, painted poetry. But you have to become, I have to become, for it to matter, you have to, for it really to matter, to be noticed, you know. If it doesn't be noticed, it doesn't really matter. So it has to be noticed to matter for the people that comes after us, me. But then again, that is not really my driving force. So it's just, I want to see things get done. So do some nice brushwork here. Her head. You know, it's funny, she's my daughter and I can actually understand her face in a personal way. She kind of looks like me, and it's quite funny. I can actually see myself in her. This is going a little bit more down. Like a bit more maybe. It's going to be a lot of shadows. You see how many shadows. Which I've been saying before, you know, what you see actually in here, the colors are always different in oil than on the photo. The camera sees the colors differently for some reason. Try to figure it out, but it's beyond my skill set. Maybe I should do some research there and see if I can get the videos to more represent the real colors. Of course they are approximately real, but they kind of loses. Some becomes too green, some too red on the video, and even sometimes I feel that my videos are kind of it is as the colors has just disappeared, and being a person who love color, it can be quite hard nut to swallow. You see that? Try to bring out this hand. I'm going to use of the background here, like this. That's better. Yeah, that's okay. Just gonna do some. Approximately. See now, it's probably not anymore. Yeah, soon there's no more battery. Just zoom a little bit more. No, fuck it. It's unnecessary. I don't want to put in too many thick layers yet. Maybe go here. You know, I have to work in the right directions for a while. And yeah, there's it's kind of water goes here, and there's a nice, very nice light. Actually hits her arm down here, and it explains where the arm. This one behind here explains the arm. That's a lucky thing. So her neck. Yes, yeah. Out like that. I think that seems like it's starting to look like something. Something, yeah. Okay. She walks like this. Walks, and this foot is actually going to be in front of this foot. Yeah, so I need to move it a little bit like this. And yeah, that's better. That's much better. It's kind of a tiny figure now. I wish I had Rembrandt skills. I mean, swish, swish, and you have this beautiful painting. That is called croquis, or fast, when you are able to pick up the different things very fast. I remember the woman, Sissel Kobosta, was a teacher I had in drawing school, and one who basically got me into painting. She was brilliant with these 5-10 minute sketches. Oh, beautiful. But she never did anything with it. She had such bad self-esteem. Oh, and she was brilliant. She was so good with colors, and she probably is. I hope she picked it up. I know her husband died, and I think that and stuff of cancer. So I hope she has picked it up. She must be. I guess she must have been at least 15 years older than me back then. We're good friends, actually. And it's funny. I miss her. Sissel. I want to meet her someday. I have a lot to thank her for. She's a beautiful person. Beautiful person. A rare kind of beautiful. It's funny because I can actually articulate that now. I couldn't have done that back then, but I knew that she was a beautiful person. Is a beautiful person, I guess. Okay, I'm just gonna turn it off for a second. Now I'm really getting into it here, and it's hard for me to stop. Here, water comes in here. And there are some seagrass here. It's kelp, I think it's called kelp in English. It lays on top of the water, on the seawater. Of course, there's no kelp in fresh water, so not that I know of, anyway. Maybe they're all. Maybe I'm wrong again. So, here. Okay, I'll just keep painting. I need to charge the battery now anyway. So, okie dokie dokie. Let's see if I have gotten this right now. Yeah. Okay, maybe I can zoom a little bit so I can get more. Oh shit, my neighbor's upstairs has a store and he makes so much noise in the mornings. It's 8 in the morning now in Norway, and I think I was just gonna, since I'm just gonna work around now, I put this up so you can actually compare it with what I do. Probably seen this many times before. If you are a member of my channel, I will just do the whole thing, and I will go over it a little bit and strengthen some of the things I find to be important. It is limited how much I can push into this now, so just leave it at this. I think the sketch is kind of okay. It is loose, has potential, and it's not going to give me too much problems, hopefully. The problems will be here. This will be the biggest problem. Everything else is just kind of, you know, the hand doesn't show that much, and there's no fingers that can drive you nuts. So just now I'm using black, blue, and a lot of kaplak actually. I love that kaplak color. See if I can see. Yeah, it's kind of like underneath her cheek. So this one is up here approximately, and that one is a little bit under her. Yeah, a little bit under actually. Yeah, this goes further in, then it goes out here. But these things are really the easy thing, I think, with the landscape. There's some brush here that I will work on, and what I like here is this thing. It kind of leads the light that way, and that is also why I placed her here, because this side with the light and this will kind of weigh up the composition. It's kind of dangerous to place her there. If I did a little bit to, if I didn't place her, okay, I can have a little bit of a difference. but I didn't place it right, I would have a problem with the composition, because it could easily fall this way if I didn't get it right. So yeah, I need some more whites, which is over here. There is reddish, there is actually yellowish, reddish, more green here, very green, reddish down here, reddish behind her, greenish here, blue-green. So you have to see the whole thing as it's a complementary, it is in reality it's nothing less than the color circle, period. Understand that and you can understand a lot. Yeah, that was kind of I want to make this into a big painting where I want to do all the waves and everything. I kind of like doing that. I hope I will get my stamina back, and I am getting my stamina back. I can actually feel it. It is, as you know, painting is like everything else you do. If you can't do it much for a while, like when I was in a lot of pain and it was painful actually painting and painful getting into it, you kind of lose touch with it. I didn't lose it in that way, but it became harder to get back into it. So the more you paint, the more the brain is so plastic, the more you paint and the more kind of honest you are when you paint, and you the easier it gets. There's no doubt about it. And I'm looking also forward to do my taekwondo again. Actually, I was fighting with my trainer's side. See, I was punched. Fight without gloves to the body. And of course you get bruised. And it feels so great because your mind just wakes up from it. It's just amazing to get hit and train your brain on every level. Same thing as with painting, you know. I could actually feel, because I hadn't been boxing for a while with him, and my pain threshold had dropped, so I could take less pain. And it's funny how fast that is, you know, just a couple of months, because I needed to restitute from my operations, actually. And the same thing with painting, I can actually feel that, because I haven't been able to do these very, very long sessions of a very long time, at least for a year. Or maybe even 2. I did, but I was in pain all the time. I became harder to come back to it. So don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop painting. If you meet problems, just walk through them. Don't give up. Because when you don't give up, you train your brain, you increase your stamina for the mental pain that comes from failing. And painting, learning to paint, is actually learning to cope with failing. If you can cope with failing, you will actually be able to make something out of it. And I guess it's the same thing with life, actually. If you can cope with failing, I think you can actually grow on it. You know, I haven't actually failed that much. I have fucked up a lot. So for me, it wasn't really failing in a kind of, I failed doing this, I failed. I just fucked things up. And by, of course, using too much money and other things that I did that ruined my progress. So it's kind of failing because I didn't want to do these things. So sometimes I fail when it comes to my paintings. I had this apple I did now, and I had almost dumped it several times. I was so frustrated. I'm going to put out the video soon now, so probably have put it out when you see this video. It's a 7.5 hour video. I was actually just found that small kind of natural apple that a bird or something had brought into my backyard. And I took it and I started to paint it. I thought it's going to be so easy. And I had a struggle with this apple that was just crazy. And it kept changing shape and it started to fall apart. And also have a red onion video on YouTube on this channel where I start on it when it's growing, and when it's done it's just dried up and fallen apart because, you know. And what happens when you get into that state where you start screwing up, or you can't really get it right, and you really become neurotic, is that you start failing and you feel like a failure and you want to give up. But if I could give one advice, don't give up! Just try to stick with it. Finish your paintings. Don't give in to the no voice. Just keep on working with it. I've seen people never being able to get past the sketching stage. See, now I'm going to put on some thicker colors here in the lightest areas. I'll do that with. Yeah, and the reason that I couldn't really get beyond that sketching stage was that I kept giving up. I couldn't go beyond the sketching process. And look here, the sketching process is beautiful. It's like everything is flow. There is no, I don't need to concentrate to a level of pain. It is so fluid and so nice. And if I could just teach myself to do nice sketches, painting would just be great all the time. Because you never get to that point where you can't really get that fucking thing to work. Okay? And that is what annoys me with people who only do sketchy paintings. They make these quite nice impressionist paintings, but it don't go really deep into it. It's only one layer. It's not like you see the classics, you know, the impressionists. that really went deep, like Van Gogh. You see his strokes and the intensity of his being in it, or the latest beautiful paintings of Rembrandt where he really went into it, or you see Turner, that just, there wasn't one superficial sketch with some nice brushwork. No, it was a total war against the painted surface. And that is what it is all about. And that is what I want to do. I want to spend the rest of my life battling painted surfaces and annoy the hell out of you with my opinions about everything. So, yeah. I'm actually making a new channel now for only talks and stuff about, of course, put out some painting videos and stuff, but only talks about different topics that I'm interested in, politics and stuff. I don't want to mix the drinks, as they say. I don't want to push my political agenda too much on my audience on this channel, you know. I'm not here to... I take no pleasure in hurting people's feelings. Just as I want to say that, I really don't. But I do have strong opinions about things. And that is my right. That is my human right. To have strong opinions. And, yeah. Should appreciate that. So, no. Anyway, let's see what I'm doing here. I would like to keep this kind of a little bit impressionist, but also get some clarity. You know, both. I used the word kind of so much it annoys the shit out of me. You know why? I had a friend, author, Morten Øen. He said there is no kind of. There is only is or it isn't. And every time I say kind of, I think about him. And how right he actually is, or was, or whatever. Actually, I have a nice painting of him. I want to send it to him. I've got my ass going, but that's what I'm going to do. I painted him Natura many years ago, and I have the painting still in my studio, and I have no way to place it, and I have a lot of photographs that he took and of me, among other things, and also other things, photos he gave me. He's a good photographer, an author, and it's nice to give it to him. Yeah. We're not enemies or anything. There's no hard feelings. You know. It's just sometimes you evolve from each other, you know, and that's fine in a way. I miss his intelligence, to be quite frank, because he was a very intelligent person, is a very intelligent person. He's not emotionally intelligent. though. Not that I am a Superman when it comes to that either, but at least I involve feelings for people. Anyway, yeah, that was a digression, wasn't it? So, what do you think about this small sketch? Oh, I don't want to push it and start fucking it up. I'm just gonna, I think this arm is not long enough, but it can also be that the shoulder has to be higher. That is this deception, I call that deception. The eyes believe that if I do like this, and I do like this, and like this, maybe that was right. Anyway, it doesn't matter because I'm going to change so much here anyway. I would normally put thick brush strokes around here. I'm not going to do that today because I will probably change this a lot. So if I start pushing in too much paint, I will get into the trouble. And I don't want to. So I'm just gonna put on some more. Up here it is Prussian blue, and fuck, I would love a bit on Prussian blue. What's too blue? Way too blue. But the good thing about Prussian blue, if you take some yellow and you mix it in, and you do like this, and it becomes the color I was after. And then down here, it is the Kraplak, which is a perfect contrast, or complementary contrast to the Prussian blue, because it is, you know, Kraplak goes to the violet, and as we know, yellow is complementary to violet, blue, orange, yeah, violet, yellow. So that's why Kraplak also is perfect beside especially when you pull it up and you take some yellow and you put it on top of there and you mix it in and you kind of make this micro impressionist paint. It is in a way impressionist painting. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. Yes. I will try to keep this video shorter, to the point, and if I talk about other stuff I would like it to be related to painting, so I'm going to do my best. Anyway, I have the longest fucking painting videos on YouTube, probably. I was wondering about making one that is 20 hours. Just for fun, you know. 40 hours. And I can actually put hyperlinks in the description so you can jump around. And if I do like, I don't know how long they can actually be, but the longer videos I can make, the more of the process I can actually get into it. So then it comes close to streaming. Does, you know, I mean, painting a painting, even a small one like this, takes way more than 20 hours. But the point is that at least I can get more into it. And if I keep it to the topic painting, it might be a good thing for you. So here, okay. So I think this is where I stop today. Just gonna hang it over an oven. Because the heat, when I do the coloring, I kind of mix, I use the medium, as I've been saying before, to clean my brushes. So when I clean them, some medium always get into the paint. And what happens is that over time, when I do overpaint, enough oil gets into it that it dries quite fast. But when I put it over an oven, what happens is that the paint dries much faster, kind of superficially anyway, dries faster. And and I can actually overpaint basically the day after. Of course, as it progresses, I need to let it dry for a longer period. If I now let it surface dry over and over until tomorrow or tomorrow evening, it can actually be surface dry enough for me to go in with a second layer of paint. And yeah, so that way I will get closer to my goals. Okay, I have to be careful there. I'm going to screw them up. Let me see now. 1, 2, 3, a little. 1, 2, 3. Oops. Ilch. Yeah, it's actually the head that is too high. And if you count down then, you can see it now, the head is too high. If you don't count, every stage will be a little bit too high. And then this, I guess. It becomes like this. Okay. Jesus, now I'm starting to screw up. I shouldn't have done that because now it wouldn't have mattered if I just let it be like this tomorrow, because or even the day after, because it will. And this one has to be longer. That was the point. That's the problem, probably. Also, that foot has to be a little bit longer. And I said that earlier, so it has to come all the way down here. And it goes a little bit more out and down. Okay. Okay. So all the way down here. So she steps a little bit this way. And it should be more correct now, I think. Hope. Get some color. So, some thick thighs here. Not that thick. This hand is more like, you see, I'm starting to screw up now. That is why you should actually stop when you're in time, because now I just start to screw it up. And yeah. Anyway, fuck. Yeah. It is actually hard to make the color stick now. So it is limited to how much I can actually do. Just do it like this, approximately, and another brush stroke, another stroke. This shit is going to give me a stroke. Yep, okay. And the hand, okay. Yeah. So, get some clarity in this. It's always nice to get some logic into it. Okie dokie dokie. Now it's nice, isn't it? Yes, yeah. Oh. I don't know. Okay. Stand cool. Could I use my mirror? Would have made it a little bit easier. I want to use my mirror now. Where is it? Where's my mirror? Mirror! Wo bist du? Oh, there it is. Oh, it looks nice on a distance. It's always a good sign. Yeah, I think it's okay. You can live with that sketch till tomorrow or the day after. Take this and just look in the mirror and at the painting and at the same time, and I can see if something is totally wrong, and it looks fairly okay. So it's nothing I can actually do to change that now anyway. It's just gonna become a mush, and we don't want mush. So, okay. See ya. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna continue this. I'm gonna work this way. I have already put my retouché Varnish on. Just gonna show you, or you haven't been here before. It is retouché Varnish, Old Holland. I put it on because when you create a surface like this, you paint and it dries, it tends to be kind of more grey. It doesn't have that potency. It dries in and kind of much of the depth disappears. But then I put on that retouché Varnish and it kind of pops back on again, out, and you can see the depth and easier to see the color. So that is why I do it, and the fact that maybe I should put on a glaze on it. Ooh, will I do that? Yeah, no, I'm not going to put a glaze on this time. It's not really necessary because it is so much in the beginning. And then I just start painting over it again. And I just start, you know, I'm going to work with the body. So I just want to go in here and right behind her, and just to get started. It is in the background here. There is kind of reddish orange Kaplock type of a mix between Kaplock and cadmium yellow. It's very subtle actually. So I just have to work on it to figure out exactly what color it is. And here, as I said before, I actually mix the colors on the surface. It tends to be down here. It is, since it's kind of greenish and it becomes greenish, yellowish up here, the Kaplock gives it some warmth all the way down here. So it gives it that reddish warmth that Kaplock Alsarin actually gives it. It's a very nice complementary contrast to the green that is yellow and green and blue that comes higher up. So, as I said from the beginning, what I do is basically follow the color circle. And that's a good thing about surfaces like skies and stuff. It's very clear colors, and you see very clearly what. I see very clearly what colors it is. So, yeah. I don't want to do this video to last too long, so I'll try to stick to my original plan, which was not to push like 20-minute segments every time, but more like 10 minutes or something. I showed you basically the whole sketching process. So, yeah. Do I need glasses? No, almost not. I'm actually fasting now, so I haven't been eating for 24 hours, and I'm going to continue another 24 because I got some inflammation in my. I was training too hard and I was getting some inflammation in my elbow. Well, it hurts, so I'm going to put my body into absolute repair mode and get it to fix me. So, yeah. Anyway, that's also a digression, and I wasn't supposed to do that, so shut the fuck up. Let's see. The whole thing is, it takes time even doing small stuff like this, because of course the sketching process always goes quite quick, and then I get into these small battles with myself. And keep battling until basically exhausted and done for. I'm going to tone this down here, and up there is more of the red. Kind of almost. Maybe I should zoom a little bit so you can see better. Maybe I should do that. There. It's funny that, as I said before, it's funny that you can't really just paint the whole thing in one go. But it's not how it works. You have to have more overpaints to get to something to get to substance. And it's strange, you should think that you could actually be able to paint the whole thing in one go, but it's not possible. And the deeper you go into, the more layers you add, the basically deeper it gets, or the more substance it gets. So, yeah. Okay. Almost too small, actually. So. Huh. I really hope I can actually manage to make this work, because it's very, very small. Almost makes me a little bit anxious. But it's fun, you know, it's a lot of fun. At least just now. See, there's some of the same colors are here. They're actually in the background. It's just different hues. Different hues, maybe different colors or, yeah. Okay. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna try to, when I do the small things there, I'm gonna try to really focus. Maybe I wanna go closer. Okay, I'm just gonna paint a little bit and then I'm gonna go closer. Okay. If you can sneak myself, I had to use a different lens. And just gonna see if I can do some. Yeah. I just want to show you a little bit short how I think. You know, what will happen is that I build what's behind here, and then I use that to build up the shape, background, foreground. I shouldn't have. I painted a little bit around it. When I touched it now, I actually got. Yeah. Anyway, so she has a very warm skin in this, so it's gonna be a challenge, I guess. Just gonna put on. You know, I have to do this quite impressionist. At first, anyway, just to get it right. You know, the glow, the colors hit her skin, like the nose bone here, very thin. Oof. I need to paint this one big, really big, because it's a beautiful. I mean, if I paint it really, really big, like big, almost natural size, I can go deeper into detail. I have so much to do. I went through some older stuff on pictures and stuff I have, and I have so much material. It's just amazing. So just have to kind of start using it. Now she has some. She was actually dyeing her hair totally white back then, you know, teenagers. And now she has all black hair. And I tried to get her to get her original color, to just be herself. But I guess she's an opinionated girl, and she got it, that kind of strident personality from me. Nobody's going to tell me what to do, what to think, you know, and it's almost like meeting myself in the door, you know. But then again, she's a beautiful girl, and she should relax more. As I said, think of how much energy you will save not having to think about aftergrowth all the freaking time. Anyway, she'll figure it out. She's a smart girl, so. Guess she had no choice. No. See if I can find my favorites. My small, tiny pencil. I'm used to these things. This one is actually holding out like crazy. It's kind of more synthetic. It's kind of, it is a synthetic, but it kind of imitates, what do you call it, animal? Do you know what it is? Big rat-like creature. They make pencils from. Moor is the name in Norway. Moor. Usually they use these for aquarelle. How the hell am I going to be able to paint her mouth? I mean, it's so small. See now. Well, I have to start with something. You just have to take it kind of step by step. Try to find this is going to be time consuming. Damn, what did I do? What did I get into? This one is going to drive me crazy, pretty sure. Starting to see that this one will be difficult. The mouth is just bathed in red, so it's only basically neons. You just have to figure out the right neons, the right points of light. That's it. You can't really go that much deeper into detail. So limited. Nose is longer. This light, it also hits the eye in here. Boom. I think I need to quit exercising for the next week or so. so I can finish these things. Yeah. Yeah. You know, this deep concentration is so giving. It's almost like it's a total liberation from anxiety, stress. It actually feels a little bit like life has some inherent meaning when you are doing the work. Yeah. See here, I just put on light down. There's a lot of noise in my telephone. Okay. Okay. I can actually just see what I did. I just got something out of it. It's just still totally rough. So that was 12 minutes. That's good. Yay! Just want to show a little bit how I do the dress and stuff. Since I just did a face. Now, here I can be a little bit more rough in the brush strokes because I want to build up this part quite thick, so I get that nice light, the underlying brush strokes to give substance to it. Of course, you have to be a little bit careful even with that, but it's not like in the face where you have to be very careful. Okay. I want to train my brain on the different levels. So you know, big ones, smaller ones. so liberating not eating, because when you eat, all the blood is going down to the stomach and you get a little bit more tired and stuff. When you're fasting, the blood, you go into so-called ketosis, fat burning mode, and your head just clears up, like become crystal clear. It's a beautiful feeling. Many people doesn't understand how I can actually not basically eat for 1 or 2 and even 3 days. But it's actually quite easy because our bodies are made for it. You know, that's how we evolved. It wasn't all every day we had food, and what happens, it's actually the body says, hey, there's a crisis, there's no food coming, so I have to be aware, I have to be awake, and I have to fix, instead of drawing, I have to fix my body or the cells. That's what I think it is called autophagy or something like that. The body goes into cellular repair mode, and if you feel you have some inflammation or you're tired or something has happened, it's a very good way to restart your whole system, and also you become crystal clear. Actually, I can feel some fatigue the 3rd days. This time I'm only going to do 2 days, I think, and that is no problem at all. It just gives me more time to paint, and I don't have to worry about making food. So, and I can feel I am in this ketosis now because I'm kind of cold. And that means that my body is using fat and concentrating on holding my most essential organs fueled, like my brain and stuff. So you actually get cold in the skin, get colder, because you're not burning that much. Or you're burning, of course, fat as fuel. So you can feel that, but the awareness is just crystal clear, everything. Anyway, blah blah blah, there was a digression again. You should listen to me actually and try it out. You can search for it. It's a very good way to keep yourself young, because you are putting, keep inflammation away, and if you keep inflammation away, you keep depression on arm's way. It's very important, because inflammation leads to depression, and depression leads to more inflammation, and then you're off into this horrible cycle. And I've actually been there, so I know what I'm talking about. So yeah, you should Google it. Maybe I'll make a video about it. I'm actually thought I was going, maybe tomorrow I make a new video about how to live as an artist, addictions and stuff, what to avoid, what to do, how to think, how to focus. Yeah. Now you see how I build it? It's funny how it is, because why couldn't I do this the first time? Why did I have to make 2 layers to get more substance? Basically, probably because it's more substance. I don't know, it puzzles me every time. And then you start building on that, and you build on that, and you build on that, and you keep on building. So, yeah. I have a whole bunch of, I have so many beautiful pictures of my daughter from she was 9 and up. And then we had a little break actually because some personal stuff happened. And but it was a good thing really because she kind of grew on it. And now we have a very good relationship. I always had actually. So, but we are very opinionated, both of us, and we have found this lovely way to. It's like when I meet my daughter. It's like meeting myself in a form of a young girl, which is smart, but lack maybe some of the time to get real introspection. But she also is very good at work. She's doing design, clothes design, or want to become a tailor, and she's working and she's training, and it's really, really good. And she did it all by herself. And yeah, I'm proud of her. Anyway, yeah, so that was 8 minutes. Maybe I should go for 10, huh? Yeah, go for 10. So, I have a watch here I'm going to start using. A Breitling, actually. Breitling. That I bought when I was stupid and used too much money. Anyway. Yeah. To get this water thing right too. There's a lot of things to think about in this painting. This is, there's a water line over here. I'll turn it down and then I'll just rebuild it up again. See, the mountain behind there is sort of it's not a mountain actually, it's more like a small Iceland. It's kind of in the blue. Then you have some lights coming in here that are in the red. And then the same colors goes, it's repeated through the whole thing. So first I will do all the stuff like this, and then I will start to mold. First I will put in the whole thing, sky, everything, and I will start to mold into that again after that. Okay. That was so. As you can see, I'm just working around it. This is just layer number 2. I would have hoped I would have gotten the face a little bit better today, but I think it's not necessary to push it. I will only start fucking it up, and there's no point in that. I also maybe see one, yeah, I did that. I moved it a little bit more to that side. Maybe I made it a little bit bigger. Or maybe it's the arm. Might be the arm. Yeah, it might be the arm. So I'll just move it a little bit more this way. This one will be, yeah. It's kind of the stuff you do when you paint. I just, as I've shown you before, I just tend to move stuff around until I feel it's on the right spot. And I probably painted the arm too thick. And when you paint the arm too thick, I tend to paint other things bigger. It's very hard for me to see right now what is right and wrong because it's so opaque. Next time I will probably start with the head, work on that for a few hours, and then I get more oversight over what is the right size and stuff, because it's hard to kind of stop myself from actually making it bigger. Let's see here now. The shape of the head is more like that. And yeah, made a lump a little bit too big. Maybe shoulders is too far out there. I kept on moving it that way. For some reason, I think this is going to be difficult. I hope I can actually finish it in time because I don't have that much time on it. And I already see that it can be really problematic. But let's see what happens. And here. Anyway, it's just the first or second sketch. If I let it now rest, and I tend to probably tomorrow or next day, I will start and give it some more detail. Then I have a few more overpaint until it's done. I probably had to bring it with me to the exhibition, so hopefully it will be okay. If not, I just kind of dump it for the exhibition and just finish it off now. It's gonna upset my mom. No, this is so small that, you know. Then again, first you do the sketches, then I can go in and I can mold it and work with it. So it's gonna be okay, probably. Probably. This one is going more down. Now I have to do like this. Kind of measure. I can do it there. Measure. Measure here. Yeah. It goes a little bit more out. I won't be able to get further with it now, I think. I just need to place in the... Yeah. So, okay, we'll give it some more texture over there. And like this. Just gonna leave it at this for now, for today, and let it dry again. Listen to all this noise. No wonder I can't ever get any sleep. Oh, for fuck's sakes. You know, I always work until other people get out of bed. And it is a problem I'm trying to do something about. It's not easy. I kind of have to change my whole schedule. Yeah. Have a look in the mirror. Mirror. It kind of seemed totally wrong. And it's just the beginning, so yeah. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm gonna put on some Varnish retusche, because but some places are not all dry, so I need to be a little bit careful. You see here it just dissolves, sadly. And it's colder now in Norway, so it takes a little bit longer before it actually dries properly. Not that it matters that much, but because I'm going to paint all over it anyway. But it's nice to not kind of drag it all to pieces. And it will dry for a little bit, and I will try to put on some light glazing. Then I will work here on the figure, which is the most important right now. I see this dissolves a little bit, it doesn't really matter. So, okay. Here too. So, okay. So, now I just use the ordinary lasur, or glaze. Okay. Maybe should have had more bluish up there. It doesn't really matter that much, but it's easier for me to keep it cleaner. I can actually use the cobalt blue, this one. I hope I will be able to finish this in time, because this face is going to be really difficult and it might need more time than I actually have. But I will see what happens. The thing is also, when I kind of get a little bit stressed, it's harder to, especially when it is, and that's also one of the reasons why, as a painter, you should try to be do your artwork in good time, have a surplus, not just of money in the bank, but take care of the money and take care and have paintings finished. Always a surplus in paintings that you can actually just pick up and send to the different exhibitions and galleries. Maybe even make paintings that are kind of linked together in different to different sets. That is what I will start doing. I can talk about that. I haven't done that. One of my problems is that I'm always late and I spend too much money. I used to do that and it's not good. So if you're especially if you're an artist, especially if you're a young artist that hasn't kind of experienced these things yet, and I think that everything's going to be alright and everything's going to turn fine, no matter what you do, no matter how much you drink. I can, with confidence, say that doing the wrong things over time has definite consequences. And it's much better to lead a life that brings with it peace of mind and finished work than just jumping around having fun all the time. So, as I say to my parents and other people, I had the longest puberty in world history. It's kind of funny, really. You see, I'm going to start with, as I said, with the face. Try to get it right. Of course, it is so small that getting any real detail is going to be a hard nut to crack. But I think I'm going to be able to get some nice, acceptable details. And if not, I just have to basically throw in the towel and use more time on it. It is very good training to work from the small to the big, and I will do more of that. I've seen these beautiful Vermeer paintings that were very small faces, very small things. Some of them are a little bit cartoonish, and that is also the thing that is very difficult to avoid when things become this small, because it is it's harder to get these translucent or very these nuances that kind of just glide into one another. I should have had a big glass, a big Mr. Kyle in the United States. He's painting very small details in his landscapes. This goes very. And he has these funny glasses that he uses, these huge glasses. Wow. So his eyes are like this when he looks. When you look at him, to get really close to the details. Maybe I should have something like that myself when I'm going to do very detailed stuff like this. Anyway. She also has this very nice light hitting just here and here. That's in the red. So. It's kind of sticky, as you can hear. I'm feeling very calm, and that's a good thing. The ketogenic diet is brilliant when it comes to keeping blood sugar very even, and it leaves me in a quite calm state, even as stressed as I am right now. I'm actually quite stressed because I need to finish all these paintings. But yeah. Listen to the ship. I mean, the town is waking up and I'm still painting. And I'm gonna do something with that too. I'm gonna start changing my schedule so I basically work at daytime and can have some free time in the evenings for training and we go to theater and stuff like that. So I'm gonna start changing everything. So, but first I need to finish this work. Kind of like this for now. It's almost like a cartoon. So small. I kind of regret that I started this now because I see that I will get into deep doo-doo. I'm mixing like crazy. I'm trying to find that kind of that greenish color, and I'm using a glaze-like technique. It should be possible to get all this detail in. I don't see any reason why I shouldn't, because they are there. And yeah. some painting around it, create a shape by shaping the surroundings a little bit. Might help. I hate that. Just do. Now the colors that I put on the glaze will then just merge with the new layer, so it gets a little bit richer in a way. I will not move over here now before I have done what I am going to do with the head and stuff. I think it was okay to clean up this place. It's quite more reddish down there. I actually wondered if we're going to try to make 20.20 centimeters kind of paintings like this, just to really push my skills. The problem is that I need to get a much higher price for them than actually. I price my paintings basically from topic and size. Of course, human or figure painting is more expensive than landscape or still life, because it's more complex with figures, way more complex. But I mean, it's not the size that really matters the most. It is actually other things like how good it is. And I think if I can have that, the reason why I would like to do very small paintings is that it will push my capabilities to the breaking point, my skills to the breaking point, and also my patience. So, yeah. There was no spots in the eye there. Light spots are so tiny that I would need I would probably, to do small things like this, I would probably need a different set of pencils. Maybe watercolor pencils. Maybe it would also be a good idea to start doing watercolors in this size. The problem is that time is the thing that I don't have enough of. See now. Okay. Here. Here. Lip. Upper lip. Let it shine behind there. Yes. This is just wrong. She has kind of a flat back head like me. I actually hate that in myself. But she has more of a lump than me. Listen to this. It's crazy. I have been building some stuff outside now for a long time. It also kind of kills my sleep a little bit, so it's not really that good. Okay. And here. Yeah. This is how you just shake it up to get a little bit more paintedness into it. See if I can find a good pencil. I really like this small Da Vinci. It's actually studio quality, so it's not they're not that expensive, but they are really good. So yeah. That's the reddish color. So nice to stand and paint and not having that pain in my arthritis anymore. It feels so different. Yeah, that was actually not so bad. Still not even close, but see that if I can get the main features, just the lights and stuff, I mean, it should be okay. Anyway, I don't want to make this video long. Oh, that was 26 minutes. Anyway, you saw what I did, hopefully. Did you? Paint, I can paint for until it peeps. Thing is to manage to even out these nuances so it feels a little bit natural. It mustn't be hard, it must kind of be I hate that kind of thing also. Anyway, it has to be fluid. Her nose sticks up a little bit too much, and this is over in here. The best thing is actually to kind of even it out a little bit and then just try to pull it back up again like this, because it seemed to. I just have to kind of blah blah blah. I need to make all the colors just glide into one another. I'm gonna look a little bit when I take a break now. I'm gonna look a little bit at, or a lot actually, at Varnish and try to pick up some good advice from him. And this one is smaller. It goes more in here. So it's all these things that can actually trick you to believe. I can trick myself to believe that the ponytail is bigger than it is. Now it's more correct, but it's still not there. And when I do that, I start to make other things bigger. And then it's like just one thing takes the other, and in the end you're just totally screwed up, and you don't really know what the hell happened. Now this is too high. The head is now too high, I think. Okay, here we go again. Trying to see if we can get this face fixed. So we'll start here with the nose. And stick in there. I could actually maybe do it in small dots in a way, so that it's kind of small impressionist dots like this. But then again, I don't know if that would actually work out. I think I'm gonna get myself, if I'm gonna start doing these tiny things here, maybe it would be better to kind of hover over them. But then again, it's gonna screw up my neck. Might not be such a good idea. So tiny. These two is not. It's kind of red. Should try to get over the whole thing today. Just don't be totally hung up in that face, because it's very typical if you just got stuck with one object in the painting. It becomes this time thief. It kind of steals the attention from the rest of the painting. So in the end, you actually don't get to finish anything, because you kind of wasted too much time on working neurotically on one detail instead of doing the whole thing. So I'll try to avoid that. And also, it is of course limited to how much you can see. So you need to in one setting, you need to get some distance to it, so you can see it a little bit more objectively. After a while. Light here. She was so blonde back then, it was really laughable. But it's kind of nice too, actually. It's not as bad as I thought back then. It's funny what kids think is nice. I need to get a new fan on my computer. Kind of starting to drive me insane. Luckily, I usually play music when I'm not filming, so I don't have to listen to it all the time. It's just, I don't know if you can hear it, but it's quite annoying. See her lips. She has my lips. Kissing lips. Well, mine is a silly thing to say. Since it's hers. Oh, that's quite cool. Good beginning. Slide here. In this it will be all the lights and the small, strange, cute details that are going to give it some reason to exist. A painting needs to have a reason to. Oh, it doesn't really. Does it? Thick, beautiful colors. And then I go in. That is nice when it's so small, because now I can just add in stuff into the, like this. I can just drag everything together. Here and here, and the lights here a bit reddish. It will be quite impressionist in the end, I think. Here a little bit. I wish that I had a lens that I could go even closer to it. I think I'm gonna get one. that I can zoom all the way into the small details when I paint with. Yeah, I think that can be quite interesting for people to see. Interesting for me as well. Swish. I want to get this. Oh, yeah, I have to do that several times to get it right. There's also a nice light coming up down there, and it is in some more orange-ish color, which also is repeated out there. No, it's not orange, it's kind of greenish, bluish. It's quite hard to see. So just, that is also, if you not really sure, you just have to test out different things. And as I do, I tend to mix colors on the canvas. But you have to know how. You can't just, it can't be random, because when I have a color, I usually can foresee what color I need to put into it, or what kind of hue, or what kind of, how much white, or so you just have to evolve more skills to do that. And in the end, we'll just do itself, really. Now I can see that this is too far out. This should be about here. So I need to correct that. Her head is a little bit. It's not that far out like this. And that means that I need to use the background to adjust that like this. And it became a little bit too much, maybe? I'm not sure. A little bit. This maybe. Put in some, darken it down a little bit. Yeah, this one. It has to be smaller. You see, I'm kind of just inching myself closer and closer. That is basically how. It will be quite messy while you do it, but then I clean it up after I found that spot. I kind of clean it up a bit more. Maybe I let it also dry like that, and I just go in after, and clean it up with, I kind of links this and this together, and yeah, that's how I work. So, and then this mountain behind there, yeah, something like that. Also now I see that the neck has to be a little bit higher, like this, so she gets that feeling of tilting her head a little bit. Yeah. And I can actually see what's behind that cheek here. Okay, turn off the camera now. 15 minutes. Okay. Okay. So, just gonna do something with the dress. Okay, I also worked a little bit around it, so yeah. See, I just worked down there now to get some control over it, and I like to go this way. Okay. So and yeah, this one goes longer down on the thigh. Very important detail. So just do it like this. And like this. And there's more shadows. So it kind of looks a little more correct. Let's see if I can better. I think the face got a little bit better. At least it looks quite well. It kind of looks like it's getting more correct. And it's a good beginning for next time I paint on it. Just take a little baby step every time so I don't ruin anything. Here is very red, kind of orange red. The light is, you know, her dress is a little bit wet here, so it's a different tone. And she has some This is why it is nice to, when you do bigger paintings, you can do way more overpaints to get it right. So I see that it's a little bit too broad. Oh. My computer. Here. This one is actually going to be longer down. Kind of goes in like this. See how we're using the background now? And it kind of explains the motions from the thigh and that movement goes there. So it looks like the foot is more this way. It's more orange over there. Then some more whites to bring it back up. I think it's going to become quite a cute little painting. So. I can actually get this done. Yeah. It's funny, I thought it was taller here and it's actually longer down. So that is how it is, you know. I keep on tricking myself, going back and forth. It's not easy. So use some blue here actually. Don't want it to be way too hard. So first I do some cut black here to just mark that shadow. And then I do some French ultramarine on top of that to kind of give it this, even it out a little bit. Bring it up, even out. Yes, great, good start. And now, see that's toning down the background here, like this. So now I'm getting that thing here that I wanted, and yeah. And go back here, shape this. Maybe I should just tear out that fan. My computer. Here, this one. This nice spot of light. Here. So. Okay. Just go out a little bit. You know, there's a I don't know why I did that. This thing up here. The thing I like with going over and over it again is that it actually, on the micro level, it winds up with, when you do this over and over again, you end up with very nice micro textures. It's a very beautiful small things happening in the paint, like these things gliding into one another. It's things you only can get by making many overpaints. So it has its silver lining, even doing mistakes has a great silver lining in the fact that you just build the painting better and better. See here, I was totally wrong. But isn't that wrong that I can't really take color, go over it like this, and boom, it's actually a little bit more correct. Then I throw in some Alsarin again, black. Boom, and it becomes a little bit more reddish, maybe a little bit too much. And I take a little bit of blue again, and I mix that into the mix, and slowly I start to get more closer to what I'm after, which is a warmer green bluish thing. And that is how it's built. And then up here it becomes yellowish green. Now I haven't got any more white, so I need more whites. Okay. some blue again, maybe even some cobalt, colder tone. Yeah, it became a warmer tone. Tone it down a little bit. See, I also work in directions. So I kind of mix it, I mix the colors basically on the canvas. Yeah, a little bit more green. So I just mix in some blue, and then I mix in some green, no, yellow I mean, and then it turns green on the canvas, and that way I find the right tone by basically, instead of mixing it so much on the palette, which is very hard to see exactly how the color on the palette will work on the canvas with all the other colors around it. But when I do it this way, I kind of mix up to that level. I add the necessary complementary colors or the necessary hues, and then slowly work myself towards what I want. That's why I say I always mix my colors basically on the canvas. What I would like to do, see here now with some fat brush strokes, that could actually just understate this, the contrast between here, and build it a little bit out. So the shoulder now basically is underneath. It's underneath the color in the shoulder. So you get this sculptural effect that I'm after, that I love. And that is the difference between digital painting and real painting. You can't do this digitally. Well, maybe someday you can actually 3D print it or something like that, but it's still not the same thing. It can never be the same thing. This is unique. Painting is unique. Every brushstroke, every choice, everything is unique here. So, and you will never find a painting with the same brushstrokes or the same things. That is just impossible actually to. It's almost like you find two people with the same fingerprints or two clouds that are the same. You just won't find that in painting. It is the chaos and the coincidences and the choices and the overpaints and everything that gives painting its subjective feel. So don't underestimate painting. It is way more beautiful than you would like to think. If you're depends what kind of type you are, of course. But I had a friend once that just didn't understand brushwork. He wanted everything to look like Van Eyck, and among these earlier paintings. But even there, I told them you have the same textures, so the same brushwork. You just have to get really, really, really close, and you will see it. That is what adds up to a good painting. Now, that type of painting is not really my type of painting. I like it to be more like a sculpture, like Rembrandt and stuff. So for me, it's not satisfying to make things that are just totally flat. It's not interesting for me. Anyway, I'm just gonna... That was 20 minutes! Bloody hell! Time flies when you paint. Well, time flies anyway, actually. Time flies whatever you do. So I'm gonna get the most out of this today. I have 3 more paintings to paint on after this, so tonight or this morning and tomorrow they are coming to get one of my paintings that are going to my exhibition. It's a big one, so I also just got a very nice commission work, actually I've painted it before, big landscape, which I'm looking forward to paint, because every time I do it, this is of course different sizes and stuff. It's like 180 broad, and it's not so high because it's very... But so there will be a video of that, and I will also now try to keep my videos a little bit more to the point, so you can actually maybe talk about the colors I put on when I paint and stuff, instead of all the other things. Should I do more big think videos? So if you're interested in my thinking, you can watch those videos too. Anyway, thanks for watching this segment. Start to get better. You see, there's a stark difference between the colors in the photo and the colors that I paint. And the head is maybe a little bit too big, but that can also be the colors, because it doesn't look like that when I see it in real life. But I figure it out. Okay, here we are. Just gonna work a little bit around. I need more green there, but it's not as blue as it is in the photo. Now in the film, it's annoying. Actually, it's quite annoying. But that's how it is. You see, I want to do some here, get more of the lights going, and it is in the realm of yellowish. Reddish. This more toned down, of course. Well, I'm using black and yellow, which is, in my view, complementary colors. At least that's how I feel, that they do actually complement each other very good. And as I move over here, the yellow and green is working itself up, and this goes more and more down into warmth. So just undo like this before, and next time I paint I will start to kind of do all the small details. So actually I have to wrap up one of my big paintings and get it ready for sending soon. It's like 7 in the morning in Norway now. But my schedule, actually I woke up today about 7 in the evening, so I'm just going to bang on for about 5 hours more, 6, until they pick up that painting, and then I can sleep for a few hours. And then it's just to wake up again and go to the gym, do some exercise, wakey, and then keep painting. That is my life. That is how it is when I throw away a little time. When I have a lot of time and I get into that situation where I have to work basically 24 hours for an exhibition or before I'm gonna deliver. So I have to do something about that, because it's not a way to live one's life actually. So you might wonder why I keep doing the glaze when I keep painting over it, but it is like, it gives me that new beginning every time, and I think it's quite satisfying actually. See here, I'm starting to, this pencil is not a good one. It's a Chem Hobby, and it's not good. It's kind of leaves it's not Da Vinci ones that I love. These ones, they usually don't lose any here, not like me. I saw it start to lose its hair now, and they fall into the canvas, and that is not pretty. It's not a pretty picture. That was actually from Aladdin. It says, I can't wake up the dead, It's not a pretty picture. I want to have some yellow, cadmium yellow. I think there's some cadmium yellow inside here. It tends to be a little bit too greenish, or yellowish maybe. And here I need more caplak and also a little bit of cadmium red to make it warmer. And then that's exactly where that cadmium comes in. Oh shit, what did I do? So, okay. I'll have to fix that anyway. See what happens. Now I turn more into that orange-ish warm color. So now there's some more blue up there. That will create some more kind of luftspice. Air perspective, is that what it's called? When the air and the painting creates the perspective. Well, it's getting better. If I can actually save that face, I think I'm good. Can't do that today, but nice to kind of shake it up a little bit to get some life into it. Yeah. So how long was this? 12 minutes. Okay, we put some green into this. And I guess it's Put some Prussian blue into the Prussian and cadmium, actually, into it, some places, because green, it has to, and there's reddish, greenish, bluish. And that is what happens, you know, the sky is reflected in the water or the sea. So it has to be a little bit closer to that. Put in that red into the legs and put in I think. Maybe I can do a little bit now. Yes, much deeper. But I want to do that first. I also don't want it to be too hard, so I might not go as far down in hues, in colors as is in the photo, because it tend to become very hard when you do that in paintings. It has it works in a photo, but not the same way in paints. Okay. Okay. Deeper. Cannot do like this. Like this. Because it's waves. It makes it look that way. And like this. This. And this. And this. So, okay, I'll just let it be like this for now, I think, and I will paint a little bit more on it when I'm alone and get it right. Anyway, more details tomorrow. Minutes, Jesus. Okay, here we go. Yeah, try to get something going with this one. And I kind of fear it right now because it is quite difficult. That's how it is. Try with a localized glaze first. Kind of just get this down a little bit in here. Then I'll bring it up again a little bit. But it has this bluish tone that is very difficult to repeat actually in the painting. And it's also green, has some green in it, yellow. So it's basically a complementary contrast. And the thing is to keep it down, keep it quite dark, and make it feel like there is light hitting it at the same time. So yeah, it's a lot of things to think about. So here, this one is very nice. Comes out there. Actually, it comes from up here. Goes down like that. So and see if this works. I'm now using Naples yellow light and mixing it with Unnskyld, Tanna. To try to find a green, blue-green deep, and can put in some more there. Welcome to my world. Some orange, some brilliant gibble something. Try to get that point of light in. There's a lot of, it's very important to, if you manage to create these points of light, it can feel very natural. And get a very natural feel to it. Might be the right word. Oh, there. It was actually quite nice there. I'll screw it up a little bit. My daughter has quite a high forehead like me. She has not as much as me, because I've lost basically at least a centimeter in the front, so probably a centimeter larger in my forehead now than when I was her age. But I guess that's how it goes, a bit older, and hairline is not what it used to be. But it's quite fun actually, this thing now. Oh. Yeah, it even looks a little bit like her now. Slowly. Yeah. So important to get that thing right. See, I've done this one is too big. There's no doubt about that. So I need to, the ponytail is too oh, it's too big. And here it's supposed to be approximately there. This one also, scale this down. There is a point where things starts to feel more natural. You can actually feel that the sizes are more in line with reality. I guess that's where I want to go. I'm going to do way more on these small ones. very interesting actually. We should get, my grandmother had this glass that she used to enhance. When she was writing, she almost couldn't see in the end because of, what is it, immaculate degradation. Well, her vision, you know, when they lose the cells in the back of the retina or whatever it's called. Not the retina, but you know. Anyway, and she had this very nice you know, enhancement glass, whatever it calls. And it was standing on this thing that you can move around, and that's exactly what I should have done. What the fuck? You see, it's not all dry. Well, do that later. I think the size now is more correct, actually. You can actually look in my mirror. Yeah, that's my mirror. There it is. Yeah, it actually looks more correct. So yeah, okay. Then I can concentrate a little bit more about details, maybe. It's quite woolly. I'm gonna go have myself a couple of eggs and some fish and some tea, because I'm starting to feel a tiny bit hungry, or maybe not. Fasting, so again, every day actually. Some here on that side, I will do that in the end, because I don't want to, I mean, this thing coming out here is what I do when I've gotten all the other stuff correct. I will do that because I don't want to screw it up with details that I have to change. Yeah, try to fix the mouth, the nose, root. This work is extremely demanding. Also liberating. Look at that. It's almost like it's kind of coming along. Oh. Yeah. Anyway, I keep on painting and I show you. Okay, back to the face. I kind of screwed up a little bit because I was going to have this in the exhibition, but I couldn't finish because I screwed up the face just before I was going to finish it. I took with me 4 other small paintings, the one big one, and all the small ones were sold, so that's good. And there's some interest in the big one too, so let's see what happened. This one now I'm going to try to finish in a few days, and hopefully, as they say in English, I will manage to do that. It is very difficult with small things like this because what happened is that I started to figure out how I started to feel that it was nice, and then I just was going to do a little bit more, and then it was lost, and that is very typical. It happens almost in every painting. That you, at some point, there can be an object, there can be a human, just a little bit more, and then boom. Many hours later, you're screaming to the gods, fuck you, and you know, there's no gods anyway. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's like. You just see that you screwed up, and there is no way back. You can't walk back the cat. You just have to let it dry and then try again. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm going to walk very slowly and try to get it right. And it's just, yeah, see, the points of lights are so important. And that's always the problem, you know, with these small things. I actually need some, yeah. I have a couple of glasses, so I'm coming closer to it. So. I almost need a tranquilizer glass. Oh shit. To see this? So I have some glasses that somebody actually forgot in a party. I think they're +2 or 3 or something like that. I use +1 some days. But these are +3, maybe 4, something. So it's almost like I have a, you know, you can see all the small details now, you know, totally clear. I couldn't use these glasses because, but anyway, so it makes it easier for me to, almost like I should have a glass here and so yeah. When I get the face right and I accept it, the rest is kind of the landscape in general. That is not that difficult, but it is the small details in the face and stuff that really is going to carry the whole thing, you know. So, yeah. In a way, it can also be a good thing not to see that many details. Because you are freer when it comes to the brush strokes. But I'm gonna go for her lips and everything that shine in the eye. It has to feel, and then she also, in reality, she's actually smiling a little bit, almost a little smile. So it's a lot of things, small things that gives it character. And yeah. I will do my best. I can actually use more pointism that actually just touches and then almost like an impressionist painting, just on a very micro level. Ah, shit. It's actually easier it's better when I'm not actually filming and speaking when it comes to this, because I can stand Norway. I'm gonna get myself a new lens so I can actually have the camera a little bit longer away, but zoom even closer. Spend some money on some new equipment so my videos become better. Well, yeah, well, I'm gonna do that so I don't fuck it up. Well, it's just 8 minutes. Maybe a little bit more. This one too is so important, was even the size of the ponytail or the thing there, dult as we call it in Norway. It's so important to get these things right, because you know, people can't know that it is totally correct or not. But it kind of, everything I do in this actually is if this is wrong, everything else feels wrong, you know. So you have to try to get most things right. The problem here is that this is very dark compared to the background, but it also has this light in it, and it's very confusing painting it because I have to kind of make it light, feels like it's light, there's light in it, and make it dark at the same time. So yeah, it's not easy, but it is quite exciting actually. I do love painting, and I don't stop. I'm looking forward now to start doing huge, I have so many big paintings that I haven't done finished yet, and some of them I have videos to and that I haven't posted, and I'm just looking forward to banging on now with my new hips and stuff. So, yay! I will keep painting a while and I will get back to you. Okay, I'm doing some progress, and just gonna try to kind of get this right. It's hard because it's so tiny that it's nothing. Almost nothing can actually move it towards catastrophe, so I just have to get used to it, as they say. Try to get it right. I'm using some very random. Yeah. Ooh, it's so scary to put on more colors. See if I can get it right. Actually here I have the same problems as I usually get into, because I put on a lot of paint, so kind of they become high, they become textures, so I kind of collide with them when I'm putting on more paint, and it can actually be quite frustrating. The solution is just to scrape it down and start all over. Well, I don't really have time for that now, so I'm just trying to work around it. I just need to get it to feel a little bit natural, and yeah, I mean, it's such a tiny face, you have to go really close to get any real reading of it. I think I'm gonna buy myself some watercolor sable pencils for my small paintings, and also I'm gonna get myself a better lens, some medium flowing down my arm here. Annoying. I want to have the most tiniest of pencils is needed for this work. Oh, that was totally wrong. I like this actually, working this small. But as you can see, there's nothing. You just touch it and it's a little bit off and you kind of just lose the whole thing. Oh, there. There's a tiny shadow. She has this. You know, she's my daughter, so I know her face pretty well. I mean, she looks like me, so it's almost like painting a girl version of yourself. I kind of wanted to look like her. And it's starting to come to that point. The sun is coming right into her face. It's very, very, what is it, hot sun. You know, it has this very bright evening sun, has a very, very warm tone. And this sun was basically on the height of her face, maybe a little bit over here. So it's almost right before it goes down. That is when it is on its hottest. It's basically almost like a you know, one of these light bulbs that are very yellow. It's hard to get by these days actually, because they push these fucking light bulbs that are gonna save electricity. Well, maybe, you know, you wanna save electricity? Turn off your TV before you go to bed. Turn on the lights in your bathroom when you're not there. I mean, stuff like that. Or just make electricity more expensive so people start using their head. One light bulb is on for 24 hours. It is like 10 cents in American. It's one krone, 1 crown in Norway. And if you have like a bunch of light bulbs on all the time, of course it's going to make a difference on your bill. One light bulb is like 31 krona, or $3, $3.50 a month in Norway anyway. And if you turn that off, you save. And you have two, so you can add it up. And you see how one could actually save electricity and money at the same time. Anyway, back to painting. Just trying to mix tiny dots to get it right. It's very important not to get too hung up on detail also, because it will actually screw up everything. I'm going to paint this painting big, then I will go deeper into, actually I'm going to paint a series of these. The reason for that, they are quite easy to sell and they are really nice, so I can actually make some money while painting something beautiful. And that's basically what I try to do all the time. So. Yeah. What did I do? I mustn't lose it again. I don't have time for it. Fuck. Can't get the medium out of this pencil on paper. Well, there's too much medium in the pencil. It just becomes droplings of it. And then the whole thing becomes too runny, right? Too fluid. That is not what I want. Get this warmth into it. It's very warm. You see the difference between the colors in the photo and in here, and it's basically also, of course it's a little bit different because oil paint and printing paint is two different things. It's two different physical entities in a way, and also the camera is picking it up in a different way. So I have to go over all of this, and then I'm gonna paint on another one. I think I was a little bit exhausted because I slept until 12 o'clock in the evening today. I woke up and then the clock turned midnight. So I am now definitely a late night painter. I'm supposed to turn it around and start waking up in the mornings to get more done because I wasted way too much time. on actually waking up and going to bed and stuff. So, but it's hard, you know, when your brain is wired to be awake at night. That is what it wants. Well, it says, hey, you're not going to be awake now, it's morning. Hey, shut up. Go to bed. You need sleep. So I need to do something about that. I can feel the age thing is making it harder to be a vampire. So hopefully I will. Okay, I will not go to bed like 10 in the evening. I will go to bed like 3 in the morning and work 2 or 3 in the morning. 4 may wake up between 10 and wake up between like 10 and 12. Get some light, maybe exercise earlier, stuff. Would be a better schedule for me. Definitely. Let's see what happens. Okay, let me see. I need to do a lot with the neck also to get kind of things more correctly. And she has this. My daughter doesn't have that much eyebrows naturally, and she inherited that from me, to her disappointment. I guess that's the part of me she don't appreciate, but we have very drawn. We all, the eyes, you know, inside looks almost like we are using makeup all the time, and sometimes I actually get comments. They ask me if I'm using makeup, but I don't. Just looks that way. My mother is very dark. She's totally black hair, even at the age of 74. So I guess I have the thing around my eyes from her. And the lack of eyebrows over my hair I got from my father, actually. If I had most genes from my mother, I would have totally black hair. And I wouldn't have got thinner hair. So. Then again, my brother, he didn't inherit much of my mother's features. It's kind of a clear mix between both of them, really. And he hadn't lost his hair, but he became grey. And I'm not turning grey, because there's no grey gene on my mother's side. But I inherited some of my father's hair loss. So isn't that just a bitch, you know? Why couldn't I be perfect like my mom? She is perfect. She looks just. See a picture of her when she was young. It's just She should have been in Hollywood. She had that kind of beauty. Okay, More shadows. See, I need more here. Underneath here. Like this. It's not so bad. Just this. I have tried to put that light into her eye, but it also always comes too much out. So I think I'm going to compromise there and don't put it in, because it always fucks everything up. And so then right here. So what I do then is that I take some Naples yellow and I just kind of make that greenish color out of it. Maybe Naples yellow lights, and you see it becomes too light and it has a greenish type of tone. But then I can go in with the blue again, with French ultramarine. Maybe I should use cobalt here actually, it will make it a little bit bluer. And you see now it's starting to fall. Now I can go in with some cadmium yellow, and I can actually use these to enhance the green that is in it. And now it went way too green, so I need some red or maybe even blue to turn it more towards the violet. It's very hard actually, but as you see, I'm mixing colors on the canvas. And to do that, you have to be able to foresee. Now this became a mush, as it's called. I did too much, so it turned dirty. And what do I do then? Well, I just need to pick it up again, you know. And if I do this too many times, then it just turns into a horrible mess, which it did now. I just go in and I bloody well remove it again and do it all over again. And that's how you learn. It's called learning the hard way. So usually it's even, you can even only use a lasur, glaze on top of it, because it is supposed to be quite dark, I see. So it's very hard to get that dark there and keep that feeling that it is actually green, because in here it's green, it is red, it is orange, it is all the colors you can of the rainbow basically, just it is toned down. So we can't just put in white, you have to put in all the colors beside one another. And here is too white again, so I bring it too much up. You see what happens. So it's a struggle. It's really a struggle. Struggle. But, you know, you do it once, you do it twice, you do it many times, and in the end you start to figure out, okay, that's the procedure. If I didn't know this, I couldn't even talk about it, you know what I mean? So I do have some understanding of what will happen when I do the different things, but I still get surprised, sometimes positive, sometimes negative. Yeah. And I also want it to look like here. Well, that's even more difficult. So. It's hotter up here. It's kind of much more. So it has more. Yeah. And in the end, this is what makes it worth working hard on these things, because you know it's so liberating when you finally get it right. It really is. You feel great, and yeah. So just keep it up. It's almost a little bit aqua-like now. To mix all the colors, let them slide into one another on the canvas itself to give it more kind of physical, more shape and more nuance. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think that's so bad. Yeah, I will keep on working, so I guess this was almost half an hour. It's 26 minutes. Okay. Yeah, there we are. Work, 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 work. Let me see now. It's funny how I take a step back and suddenly I see stuff who isn't really correct. And I've been working with this now for quite a few hours, and I am kind of, it is evolving, but then again, it is a slow evolution, and I guess that is what evolution is. See now, the head is too tall, so I need to cut that down. That looks a little bit more correct. These are things that, you know, when you stand around and you work for many, many hours, you just go blind. In the end, you can't see shit. That was more correct. Yeah. Because I thought I had actually painted her head a little bit too big. And I guess it was too high. Now it's going to be a little bit higher there. And a little bit more like this here. That is more like it. It's not easy being an artist. Yeah, when you work with stuff like this, you start to realize why people like Varnish made so few paintings. It actually is a little bit strain on you when you. It is very. Actually, a little bit stressful. And but then again, it's a privilege to basically live in a world where I can do this for a living, so should be grateful for that. Yeah, I think this is better. So a little bit more up here, maybe, or, well, what I was going to do now was actually try to work myself more down and actually stop. I have been for hours now been stuck on the face, and I think I have saved it. That is basically what I can say. And now I want to try to get in some more of the nice detail, like the shadows and stuff. Again, the colors are more like that in reality, so I just have to, I think I just have to live with the fact that can't always get what you want. There's even shadows on her neck there. I'm gonna start doing way more of these small paintings. But what is the point with this painting is that I have to have the time to go very deep, and there mustn't be commissioned works, because that's a stressful situation. It's way better if I can just enjoy the ride instead of being a total neurotic when it comes to being able to finish it and getting it right. Because if it is commission work, that's what usually happens. You kind of, no wonder I didn't see anything. Okay, that was better. The more tranquilizers, so I can actually get closer. It's so small that even if you have perfect eyesight, mine is just now +1, a little bit kind of long-sighted. So when I get very up close, sometimes it gets a little bit blurry. But even if you have perfect vision, this will be quite small to tackle. There's a nice shadow there. Pick up this. At least I can pick up pencils now. It's more than I could before my hip. Operations this year, 2.5 years. That's not bad. And I'm feeling better, way better, almost unbelievably better. So that's great. Hopefully we just go straight into the starts now. You make it dark and it's hard to bring it up again or down again. Now you make it light, I mean it's hard to bring it down again. And yeah. Wait until it has dried and do a glaze on it. That could be good. It's a lot of glazing, like can just like let them different colors just kind of glide into one another. There's a light coming from behind, hitting her in the neck, but it's kind of very subdued light. So many things to think about when to get it to feel a little bit natural. Okay, shadows here. You know, making these paintings small before I make them big actually gives me some kind of way, not some kind of, it gives me a way to get to know them before I start on the big ones. So that's good. Oh, there's some more green in this. It isn't that many colors you actually need. I would guess that. I mean, I remember when I started out painting, I only used the basic colors, red, yellow, and blue. And I was basically a Nazi on that, sorry the French. And it wasn't really that good of an idea because it kind of limited my progress, but it was also a good thing because I really got to know mixing colors. Because I had to kind of pull out all the nuance from those three. And of course it isn't really how it works. You can't get Prussian blue from cobalt. Well, if anyone can't, please tell me. I know you can mix some green, you can get all kinds of greens, and you can. But there are colors that are really great to get in the form of a tube. They're clean, there's no mess, and then you can mix it with all the other colors. Like how do you, of course, Kraplak or Alsadin is of course a mix. Between different colors. And it's kind of a violet color. But fuck. But it's not clean. I don't think I could actually mix also in from blue and red and get kaplak. I think I would have problems getting that, but then again, maybe I should just Google it and figure it out. But anyway, I'm going for the mostly the clear colors, and please stay away from sky blue and flesh tint and stuff like that. It's just bullshit. The closer what I would use to make skin, not in this one because it's very limited, is Alsavin, maybe some this is called Naples. Yeah, Naples Gill Extra, this one, and you can pull it up and down with other yellows and other reds up and down, and put some blue in it and everything. And you actually can find some useful colors, useful skin tones there. I'm gonna make a video. It was one of my patrons that asked me how I painted, or many have actually asked me how I paint skin tones and how I use the palette when I do. I think, okay, that's a good topic for a video. So I'm gonna have a very nice frame here. It's not so big, and I'm just gonna take a nice portrait and just paint it and focus on skin tone and my palette on a small one, hopefully one that is to the point, and nothing else. Okay. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. And who knows, maybe I earn $2 on it for the work I do. No. Sooner or later, I hope my YouTube channel will start generating a little bit more. You know, I just keep banging on. I know people are used a lot of time to actually come to a certain point, and then boom, it takes off. The more views you get, the more views you get, and that is why you, as a viewer, you that really like, if you really like my channel, of course you can if you like support me through Patreon with $1 or $5. As you know, with $5 I will put you into my Patreon giveaway. But everything is welcome, you know. Well, you can share it with your friends on social media, give it a thumbs up, and there is also a very good way to support it. Just pick a video, and my longest videos, say you go to work and you have a home computer or something, just put on the video and go to work. Just let it roll through the day. I have videos that last for almost 8 hours. My longest ones is the Muhammad video, the painting new Muhammad painting. And if you 10 hours, just put it on, or you can also put on a playlist, like and just let it roll. There's many ways you can actually do it, and for every time it changes video and stuff, I get a new view, and it really helps for the algorithm on YouTube. I think they made some new rules about that, and I used to have way more views per day with less videos. But then I painted my Muhammad thing after the Charlie Hebdo massacre, and I think I was actually shadow banned for a while, but it is picking up again now, so hopefully my channel will grow faster. And if it grows faster, then I can actually earn some money from it. I will, of course, post more videos. So, well, probably post anyway. But so if you can, put on some videos. Think of it as a donation. Donate a little bit of time when you can remember it. A little time to put on a video, let it roll. As often as you can, you will bring out my view time and my views, and suddenly it starts to grow all by itself. I mean, getting like 3 or 4 new subscribers every day isn't that much. Anyway, as you can see, I'm working with shadows, and my dear friend upstairs is back making noise with his cards, which I have promised to change wheels on, which I'm going to do before I'm dead. Anyway, yeah, so please do that for me. Put on the videos, and leave comments. Just, hey, thank you for the video, or nice video, or whatever. Doesn't have to be much. So, how is that? Better? Yes. See now. Down here it's a lot of alsarin, kraplak. Because these two are basically, see this green, this blue, it's everything. There's yellows, and it's all these colors are kind of beside one another, competing. Here there's some yellow, actually, believe it or not. probably the light from the sun that has some yellowish hue to it. Not that yellow, but I will fix it. This one is longer down, so the shadow is longer down. So I have to fix that too. I think, maybe. I think it's becoming quite nice actually. It is kind of. It is getting yeah, it's kind of waking up. I don't know how to say it. Well, it's a face. It doesn't look wrong. It's not totally like her yet. I don't think it's ever gonna be, but it actually looked like her. It has her features. And with this that is so small, I might be content with that. But it doesn't have to be 100%. Can be 70. A painting is also quite relative, so I can live with that. It's funny because I can give a lot of good advice to people about painting and about life and everything, but it's really hard to live up to it yourself, you know. I'm not that pleased with my own stuff, but sometimes I feel I reach things in my paintings that I like. Yeah. So, I have been working with this now for way too many hours. And I think it's getting somewhere. And just gonna do more around here, and I need some more greenish into the sea water. I see, and I have the same thing, same issue every time actually with the camera interpreting the colors more blue, and I find it strange actually. I don't know much about this camera. I don't know much about digital cameras at all actually, to be honest. So maybe I should, my brother knows a lot, maybe I should have him give me a course so I can maybe get the colors a little bit more correct. That could be a good idea. So here I think when it comes to figure paintings like this, I think I'm gonna, this is 130 centimeters. It's not very large, it's very small. But I think the best size for these are from 40 centimeters and 1040. Or of course, it can also be a different format, because it tends to become a little bit too small. And again, it is fascinating, but also very difficult. So, and I'm using a lot of work in this. So I've been working around with the sky. I'm mixing in all the colors of the rainbow, basically trying to put the greens and the reds and everything in contrast to each other. Also worked thick around her hair. Been going back and forth with her head now for, I'm now painting on the basically the 14th hour, with breaks of course, and I'm really starting to feel it. So I'm just gonna go do buy some stuff, some pencils and some. Then I'm gonna sleep for a few hours and I'm gonna go back to painting on this. So the best thing you can do is to paint on one painting a day. That is my experience. Especially if it is a painting like this and you want to go deep, one painting a day is the best. I was actually planning to get over 2 more, but you know, when it comes to, when you do stuff like that, small stuff like this, it is really difficult to tear yourself away from it and stop painting on it. So in a way I just have to learn that lesson. Now here is more in the green, so I was not right. Get it down to the yellowish, like this. Yeah, that was more like it. And then you have the kind of orange, yellow, red, and slowly when I do like this, I'm getting up here to the Prussian blue. And the complementary contrasts just goes nuts and creates what I will call natural light, and it has to be a little bit reflected in the sea. So now I want painted all the waves in this. I just don't, I basically don't have the time for it. So it's also small. I might do it in the big one. There's always trade-off for the. I think there's a trade-off with the painted and the painted and the photorealist. You know, where do you want to go? Do you want to go photorealist or do you want to go for Rembrandt type of painting? And I tend to want to go for the middle ground on it. And that is the plan for my future. Oh shit. To kind of get the best of both worlds. There is a light in her eye there. I just want to have there. So dangerous. Yeah, take away more. Oh God, that is so typical. That's what happens when you don't, when the manic person takes over. And I just can't leave it alone. I always wanted to get better. And then sometimes I just do something totally wrong and I bloody well destroy it. So tiny and so fragile. You miss a little bit and it's basically off. Yeah, you see, I fucked it up. So typical. That was just a mush. It's depressive. Depressing. Just depressing. It's horrible. So, it's nothing, you know, it's nothing that will lead to so much havoc. It's just so fucking annoying. I have some hair sticking out of this motherfucking pencil. Also, screws with it. Sorry. I shouldn't have touched it. Yeah, maybe that was okay. Maybe. something wrong with that eye. Anyway, I'm going to do this brush. Or busk, as it's called in Norway. This one. So. I'll do the rest of the landscape tomorrow. So, anyway, screw this. Just have to fix. Okie dokie do. Now, I have been working with it for, may the gods know how many hours. I'm totally manic. I think I've reached some nice things, and I will not screw it up again. Been laying thick colors. It's actually now starting to become sculptural. I feel that the face is basically finished. And I'm just going to put in some of the hairs. Then I'm going to move on. Just some hairs coming down. So you saw the last segment when I screwed up. I thought I had it, and I have been working on the face and details for I have no idea how many hours. I've gone back and forth because what happens is that I become totally manic, and it's almost like I can if you ever been in love and you try not to send a text message to the girl because you feel you have sent too many, but you just can't help yourself. It's a very dumb thing to do, actually. Should always make them come to you. But the point is that it is like that for me when I do paintings. I come to a point where I actually had a point earlier where I just felt it was beautiful, and then I did a little bit more, and with a face as small as this, it's nothing to fuck it up. And I'm so frustrated that it's really hard to explain how frustrating these things are. Luckily, I feel like with the time I have, I'm now gonna start molding the surroundings, and I think I'm just gonna do some shadow stuff on the arm, and then I'm going to kind of call it quits on the body. I do look forward to making more of these small ones with a unlimited time frame, because I have to send this off tomorrow to an exhibition, so I don't have the time to screw up. And when you're going to work with stuff like this, you just have to have some leverage when it comes to time, because it's extremely difficult to see small details like this. So it's not perfect, but it is, I accept it, to put it that way. And that is that skill wall thing again. Sometimes you just have to realize that your skills doesn't, or the time, or the skill. I don't even know if I'm capable of getting things like this to the point where I would be totally pleased with everything. So that is one of the reasons why I wanted to start doing these smaller things to test my skills and push my skill wall on every level. Going back and forth and back and forth and back, and a ponytail really screws with my brain. But I'm going to also paint in some of the sea, small waves, but I'm not going to overdo it, because then I will go into that same thing with them, and just have to play around with it, and no more face, no more face. I have to promise myself that, so I don't screw it up again, because I can if I screw it up, that can be 8 to 12 more hours of work just to get it back to something that's acceptable. And sometimes you can even experience that you can't really get it back because you have made it into such a mush. You know, everything is just the colors are melting together and it looks like shit, and you don't know where to go because you have gone totally blind. And that is when this time leverage thing comes in, because I can actually, if you have enough time on your paintings, you can do the gazelles, you can do all the different building the textures and stuff, and you can just take a break from it and say, okay, I can accept this now, I'm just gonna make it better next time. Take the next level next time. When you don't have time for that, not just that it's very difficult, but you also come to a point where you start to stress. And when you stress, you start doing mistakes. Cortisol spikes, and at the end of the day, you waste time. Just a little. These pencils are really great. It's Da Vinci. It's synthetic actually, but they're really nice. They do very flexible, and they kind of feels like boar bristle or pig bristle or whatever they call it, but I don't know. Tone that down a little bit. I don't want it to compete with the light in the dress. the sea is, you know, this is kind of in a yellowish, reddish kind of hue. So it's reflected in the sky. Yes. So, and you see now, I think it's around here, a little bit more in here, and maybe another finger or two. No wonder these things takes time, as you can see. I really despise the stressful situation of doing paintings finished almost right before my exhibitions. It's too stressful. So from now on, I want to finish stuff in very good time, so I can actually have a life. Round this a little bit with some reddish. I went and bought some new pencils. It's quite expensive, but it's worth it. Just gonna take better care of them. There's some yellow spots here. It's so nice when she takes a step, make it feel like she actually takes a step. And there's some light coming from the one. I'll shot into here. It's a little bit too much. So, maybe. So. This one. I use glazes, I use opaque, thick colors, I kind of just... It's hard for me to say exactly what I'm doing. It's just a combination of everything in dance with intuition and stuff like that. You just have to figure it out for yourself. I can only teach you how to think, maybe a little bit of how to paint, but in the end it comes down to what you do with it. It is doing the paint, doing the work that will make you into a painter, a better painter. Now, I have my own, definitely my own skill wall, and I can take you to a certain level, but at some point there is much I can actually contribute with when it comes to the technical things, because I'm not a technical painter. I am more like I take things on intuition, and so if you want to learn concrete classical painting, you have to go to more classical courses. Personally, I think it's totally unnecessary, because you can, there are so many people who actually are good at more the photorealist things, but there aren't so many subjective painters that actually emulates the textures of Rembrandt and Turner, and try to understand what they did. Just be subjective, just play with it, have fun. So I would recommend that you do that. Just study still lifes and try to understand shape and stuff, and I think it will evolve into a more personal thing. Instead of just a good thing. My stuff is very subjective, so that I know. So is it objectively good? Well, it's like judging yourself having sex. It is not up to me. It is basically up to the viewer to to judge that. I can judge a little bit if I compare myself to my objective standards, which are the greatest painters in the world. Not so much. I'm at 50, maybe 50%. Maybe. But it's also hard to say. So, I'm just gonna bang on for the rest of my life and see how far I get. That is the plan. Just bang on this drum and see how good I can get. very liberating to think like that. I'm not trying to find myself, find my own style or anything like that. That is not what it is about. I already am me, so there's no problem there. And to people who are trying to find their voice in painting, just paint. Just paint. Don't worry about it. It will come. You're already there. You just need the skill to let it blossom. You know, we are all martial artists. It's just some of us haven't done it yet. And the same thing goes for this. I want to make a video, a big think video on this topic. Basically called What the Hell is Talent Anyway? Okay. Continue painting and see you around. Okay, well, here I go. I'm just gonna do some adjustments of the colors. So there's more green there, and I think I have maybe 2 or 3 more hours left to paint on this, and then I can take a breath and start a new one. It has become quite nice. Looking forward to doing more of these small ones, as I say, because I can also get very close to them. I'm gonna go buy myself a new lens when I can afford it, and so I can actually zoom into the smallest parts of it. So it's kind of nice. I can see that there are things in it that I wish I had like more time, but it stands quite well in its own right now, and hopefully you guys actually learn something from it. I was actually planning to have this video to become a little bit shorter, but it is difficult when I get into this trouble, especially with the face, and I start screwing up, and I start really fighting. I mean, it's no joke. It's a horrible fight, especially with the time frame I have, and so I kind of lose a little bit control over how much time goes in every segment. My plan is, I used to make shorter videos, even of big paintings. For some reason, a painting is just, my videos just seems to become longer and longer. And let's see if I find a way to cut down, so it's not just for the extremely special interested. As you can see now, I'm working now down like this. So why am I working down and not like this? Well, this way it becomes very flat in a way. And I want to work kind of in directions now, down, and then I will kind of shape it this way and that way, and also have to darken it a bit more, I see. I'm going to start using, I'm using one color called blue black from Winsor Newton, but I think I'm going to try a couple of paintings with ivory black now and just see what happens. The blue black is quite good for my more bluish paintings where I want to keep that blue color. But for this it might be better with ivory, because ivory is more greenish and neutral. So yeah, that actually, when I walk away, I think it has been a real struggle, but I think I actually managed to kind of, reach. It's kind of a little jewelry, it's quite small. This exhibition is in a big gallery actually, and this is the only painting I'm going to have there. I was actually planning to have 3 paintings, but this became so time consuming that forget it. It's like I have worked now for the last 3 days. I think I've been not doing anything else than working on this, and the reason for that is the face. I have destroyed it and built it up. I think even now I want to tell, I see some things, maybe I want to put in some more light, but I know if I do that now, it can cost me another 10 hours and frustration. So I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to touch it. And the thing is also, when I paint, I become, as I said in the last segment, I become extremely manic, and I'm totally incapable of seeing my own paintings in an objective way. I just can't see it. But if I get some respite from it and I see them again later, or I get them back, or if I see them again, if people buy them and I see them on the wall or something, or I usually think, hey, it wasn't that bad, And I should trust, I can't trust myself when it comes to my own paintings. That is for sure. So it's nice if you tell me what you think. Actually, even if it's even if you have negative comments, if you're an arsehole, I won't take you serious. But if you have things, the ideas that I could do better, or even videos you want me to make, or whatever, you can actually tell me. So these small waves, the way to paint them is, as you see, I'm going down. That's a way kind of to paint these small waves, some of them. Yeah. Do it like this, and there's a lot of stuff you can do. I'm gonna do more of these, maybe a little bit bigger, 40.40. And I will make some big ones where I will try to go totally apeshit, painted and photographic at the same time. Go basically total Vermeer. And because I feel that Vermeer have both the photorealistic, actually more than Rembrandt, because Rembrandt's paintings I think is more painted. Also, Vermeer's paintings are very much painted on the micro level. If you go in and you look at textures and structures, but it has some clarity that, well, you find it in Rembrandt's paintings when he was young, but as he progressed and got older, he became more and more sketch-like. I would like to try to combine those two. Of course, I'm not as good a drawer as they. I'm totally, I absolutely know that. And I'm not as good a painter either, of course, but that is my goal. Try to, as I said, probably in this segment before this, try to reach some of that paintedness and clarity at the same time. I also use Goethe's color theory and the color circle with primary colors as a basis. So that also gives some life to the surface, because every surface is really an impressionist painting. When you, like here, I put in so much color to get that light, and I feel I can start to reach that light. But it can also always become better, and that's what we have to work with. So, funny how the pleasure of painting can be. I mean, I've been so frustrated in this painting that it's almost ridiculous. But then, when you start to move towards the end, it just becomes more and more liberating, and now I can actually play around with all these nice small things and just enhance it. And yeah, it's great. It's so liberating, and makes me happy, very happy, happy indeed, extremely happy actually. So I think doing creative work is in a way a form of humanism, and despite that artists like Adolf Hitler became a mass murderer, and of course it doesn't actually reflect what art can actually do for us. And I think if you don't become total, if you don't become one of these artists that are too sure of yourself, you know, you don't become a narcissist, and you don't want to learn new things, and you can't take any criticism. If you don't become like that, I think you can actually, painting in itself can turn you into a better person. It happened to me. Now, I was a nice child, very nice child actually, and then I kind of turned into more selfish, and I would say basically I had narcissist traits. It's very self-absorbed and very didn't have much empathy or sympathy for my behavior. But then it's like painting turned on the child in me, and made me a better person. And it's a process that just keeps on evolving. I never felt this calm and this content with myself, and I know it's only going to get better. So, yeah. And I'm looking forward to create many paintings before I close my eyes for the last time. And yeah. You see, I'm using also the background. I used to have long nails also, and maybe I should do that again. And I used to use these more. I used them to kind of shake stuff up and stuff, but in a way I have been using more pencils for the last years. Here I go this way because I wanna, it's more in the distance of this. Now the problem with waves is that they are following the laws of nature. So if you don't make them as water would actually make them, they will look wrong, you know, they won't look right, and so sometimes it's better, if you're not going to go all out, it's better to keep it a little bit, shall we say, shaky, like this, maybe, and that was too much. When you start doing detail, you always have to take it all the way, or not at all, in a way. Now, in this, it will be a little bit in the middle, just as you know. So, okay, I will just keep painting for a while. Let's see, there has to be more reddish. I have to kind of emulate this, or repeat sky. White, and in the sky you have the yellow. One has a medium, plum. It's so much lighter for me now when I have decided not to do any more with that thing there. And I really have to not listen to that voice that tell me, oh, that shadow just a little touch and it will be, and then it's fucked up. So that's the sky. It has yellow, it has red, it has blue, it has violet, it has green. You know, it has all these beautiful colors. And I remember the first time I still remember it as a vivid thing. It was almost like I knew about the color circle and all these things, and my color teacher Sissel showed me how to think, how to look at the clouds, and suddenly the world just started to, it wasn't strong, it was just colors were everywhere, in the shadows and everything, and people actually basically see the world in grey. Not grey, they can see actually the bright colors, but they don't see the colors in between. And when you start to see the colors in between, the whole world just explodes. It explodes into color. And I've actually shown people who aren't able, and I've explained and students, look at that, what color is it on that wall? And what color is the shadow? And what color is it, you know? And suddenly they see it and just, yeah, I haven't seen that before. And when you get conscious, it's almost like the world turns from neons to colors, and it becomes so much richer. So, yeah. Okay, just keep on painting for a while, and yeah, that was another 20 minutes of rants, but hope you got some. So, here we are, almost done, and took me many hours, especially the part with the face, where I was struggling and fighting. Yeah, that's how it is, you know. I'm a manic person. Can't let it go. Kind of like that with everything. So if I start something, I just can't really seem to let go of it. I think it's has its qualities now. Just gonna do some tiny stuff inside here. From the sky that was shining through. It's kind of spots. Yeah. So, kind of looks like a brush. And a little bit here. Just to shake it up a little bit. It's a little bit more natural if you dissolve the lines a little bit. It's the stone, and it shines in the water. This. Keep it down. tired now. I've been sleeping basically 5 or 6 hours for 48 hours, at least 36. So I'm just gonna put down a signature, and I'm gonna let it dry until tomorrow, and I'm gonna send it off. You see, I think I will just sign it KIV because it's small, and if I sign it all the way, it will be such a big. So I just do like this, small K dot A. I don't want the signature to take over. Oh, shit. It's funny, even signing is hard not to crack. K A. Come on. Okay. V for victory. Does that look good? No. I think I want to have a K. Knut Andre Vikshåland. Very small. K.A. Vikshåland. Holland. Very small. Thinner pencil. K. Dot A. It's not dry, so kind of mix this with the color. So it's my radio that is on. Nauseating pop music. I mean, the 80s were bad, but today, gods. Weeks. Or so. Or yeah, that's nice. Hopefully you can do it this way. Or L R N. I mean, Vikshåland, which kind of H is like a mountain or small mountain, and then land, like land. I think that's what it means. Not sure, but ask my mom. She probably knows. She knows stuff like that. She's into that heritage thing. 19. No, 19. Yeah, that's okay. It's a good one. So, don't you dare to start with the face, moron. Don't be so typical. So, it's very dangerous to start to screw around with stuff like that now. So, let it be and let it dry. Gonna show you better tomorrow, or today. I'm gonna put it into the frame and show you. So, yeah. Okay. Yay. Thanks for watching the video. And as I say in the beginning, please give the thumbs up, share on social media, check out my Patreon. Full playlist. Put the notification bell on, it's really important so you get notifications when I put out a video. And yeah, subscribe and stuff. So with this, I hope you enjoyed it, and remember, leave a comment, and yeah, until next time, stay cool. So thank you for watching this video, and I hope that you can support me on Patreon and give a thumbs up and do all the things that is needed to getting my stuff out there. So check out my Patreon, thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think, and until next time, stay cool and have a great day.